Alright, so hi everyone, my name is Sean and welcome back to my developer logs. For this project, I will continue um, doing the, uh, um, the scripts for the error box um, transformation. So I will be removing the error box and um, I will be transitioning to a direct input checker label. So that the main idea is instead of having an error box at the bottom of the form, I would have the messages on this the right side of the form. So for example, I did something here for the previous session. So there you go. If there's no email, then a message will pop up here. Okay, so that would be much more modular, and um, I wouldn't need this additional separate function here, which is the do error box function. So alright, okay, so just to continue that, email checker, password checker. So just to make this a bit faster, just replace messages not push with inner text, and something like this. Okay, there we go. Then here I'll just paste this with a dot. Okay, there we go. And then just remove these symbols here. And then add a semicolon. Okay, and add a plus sign. Oh, okay. Actually, it needs to be two messages, so okay. So the email checker, should have okay, I'll do this instead. I'll initiate a message. Um, email error message. Error message. messages. Then I'll set an array. Then I'll still push. Um, but I'll do this instead. So email error messages dot push. So we'll have that we'll have it separated by a comma. But this needs another function. Okay, just bring the corrections I made back to push, so it would work. And do this. So okay, if I'm correct, this would print an array. Okay, email is required. Oh, all right. Oh yeah, it wouldn't have more than 2 error messages. So why did it have 2 error messages before? Okay, I could make this shorter than, so I don't need it to be an array. I just need email dot value. Oh no, email checker dot inner text equals. So I just need that. Okay. So there would be only one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'll replace these again. And remove these ones. Replace it with a semicolon. Then add some spaces here. Then write password checker here. So I'll even though I only have one validators for first name and the other elements, I would have a variable here. So just in case I do add some validations later, then I don't need to type in this long method here. Although this is kind of long as well. How about shortening the name maybe? I think that's okay. Contact first name. Maybe just first name checker. Last name checker. Contact checker. So I'm in the do user info function, so that's understood already. Okay, I guess that's good now. Let me try that. Hmm? Okay, oh yeah, so I didn't put a span on yeah, there we go. So this span, so I think I could write a comment here. Um, I don't need to set an ID for that. Email checker. Password checker. First name. How about email validation output? Sounds more professional. Email validate. Email validator. Output. Maybe just checker. Okay, fine. Email validation output. It's much more specific. Validation output. address validation output. Okay. And next is email. I'll change the name of this as well. Email validation output. Validation output. I think I'll just write E here. So yeah, I think that's better because it's shorter. P validation output. Okay. Mm, so no need for an array here. And the directs the user page if login is successful. Button add event listener. Okay, so no buttons anymore. Okay, then I could remove the do error box function. Right. For the login, I think I'll also do that. Yeah. Okay. Right. So in future sessions, I'll just add some style here. Hmm. Oh, yeah. So this should be removed after checking, after pressing the save. Okay, let me check the error box again, just to kind of just copy the logic that I made before. Okay. What I'll do instead, I guess, is to make another function that I could use to validate and remove or use an object. Okay. Validate output, and I'll make an object here that okay, so the first I need to make a method here. So something called function object? No. I think it's like a factory object. Yeah, so that's what it's called. So it should have a okay, let me just recheck what's a factory object. JavaScript factory factory function. So it's a function. Alright. Okay, yeah. So it's like a class. Okay. I think I could make a class, a very small class. Validate input. That's already a function. Validation output. Class should have a capital, starts with a capital letter, and constructor. I would need the output element, and wait, why does it have a red sign here? JavaScript. Okay. So output element and a what else do I need? That's it, right? Yeah, that's it, I guess. Okay. So this dot output element equals output element. So I need a method. The method is write. Okay, signature. I think this is a reserved word. Okay, right. So this dot output element inner text equals string message. Okay, and I need so this function, the do error box function, checks if there's already a current error box, and if there's not, if it's not undefined, then it will be assigned the object null, and then it will create a new div, and then that div is assigned to the error box variable. Then it set these attributes and the style, and now the text is created and it's appended to the error box. So if there's a current error box, then it will be removed. Okay, I get it. So okay. So if it's not null, uh, no, I don't need to remove it. Huh? Okay, I could just do this. Mm-hmm. This wouldn't remove the text. So maybe I need to pass another parameter here, which is current. So current, do I need to pass sent? This, yeah, I need to pass this. Okay, so this dot current equals I don't need this. Okay, so when the user clicks save, when the user clicks save, then type something in, the text needs to be deleted. Oh wait. Oh wait, I could just do another else statement. Else f validation.output inner text null. Oh my gosh. So I don't need this after all. I need a class. So just simple fix. There we go. Just comment this out for now. Could I make this shorter? Or this is good enough? I could make this shorter. Yeah, I think I could make this shorter. So could have a class here. Yeah, I'm gonna try and use a class. So what I need is, as the parameter is take all this statement, if statement, boolean, no, yeah, boolean, what's another term? Another term for an if statement. Condition? Okay, condition. Condition and output. And What else? What else? Maybe element. Output element. Output message. And the element. Okay. So this condition plus condition. This dot message equals message. Dot element equals element. Alright, so how about set? Set a keyword? I don't think so. Alright, so condition I'll just add add. I could also add a condition, message, and element. Then, so it will look something like const then pass in the condition, which is this one here. Now it's getting long, so could pass the message. This is the message here. Then the element, which is this one. Or like that. Okay, so like that, and let's have this as default is this element. So this does not need to be always written. You can just put this back here. Then could choose to uh, do this as well. ValidationOutput that add something like that. Then okay. We could also do this. Maybe put in the element first. But this would be a problem. Maybe this like that. Is there like a required here? No. Oh, I know. I think this is okay. And also evaluation output dot add let me just copy paste this first, then email dot value. No, as the condition here, then this message right here. Okay, so that should be it. So to do that, I'll just do this condition equals condition, this dot message equals message, and this dot element equals element. Okay, now I need to get the element dot inner text, then set. Okay, that's not allowed. Um, hmm. Okay, so I need to make this work somehow. Okay. Need an else if statement. Okay. Print. So how could I do the if and else statement? Oof. I need to have an array if I'm gonna add. Okay, I need to, could I do this? Could I do this dot condition push condition? Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Or instead of push, just do that. Then push here. Oh, element is supposed to be just one, so now don't need an array for this. Uh-huh. Then print for condition. Do a for each, I think. For each. For each. I do for each here. Condition. If condition, then this should be an object. Should not be a parameter, but output. Validators. Then okay. the key, which will be the index, and the value, which will be hmm, should just be 1. Okay. Okay, what could I do here? I need a hash map. Let me look this up again. Hash map, JavaScript. Alright. Should I do this? This validators dot set okay, and if I do it in an object, object map JavaScript. Okay, that would be difficult though. Okay, because I'm thinking of having just an object here instead of calling um, the map, instead of initiating a new instance of the map object, um, what I want to do instead is to create a simple object here. Then could I do this? Validators? Yeah, could do that. And this dot validators key one. Okay. Alright, how about an array? Then the first array would have an object of this dot message, this dot condition, and oh no, just condition and the message. Okay, right, I think that's better. Okay, then this dot validators push just push an object here of condition and a message. Okay. Then for each this dot validators for each validator, if the validator wait, how to access the values again? Okay. It's an object, so if I do condition, then the message, that can I do that? Would it work? Then do that here as well. Condition and message. Okay. Right. Then now have for each validator, if the validator, which is the first index, refers to the object, condition refers to the key, right? Key and okay. If validator condition, then this dot element dot inner text is equal to validator message. Okay. So what I'll do here is print. Okay. Do I need to return print? No. To call print, I need to return a value here, or just do a return statement. If not, then inner text equals null, or an empty string. Okay. ValidationOutput dot print. I think that's better. Okay. So will this work or not? Let me check. Is there an error? There's no error, but it doesn't output anything. So what's the problem here? Okay, let me try and console log the this dot validators. Okay, let me try and do that. Well, it is there. Oh, okay. So it returns as true. Oof. Okay, so that's a problem. Ah, so it's not an if-else statement. So this is true. So the this dot element dot inner text. Oh, why is it not printing? It's supposed to print some. Okay, let me try and remove this. Okay, I think that should work. Right, there we go. Uh-huh. So it should stop the for each. Return. I think by adding return it should stop, right? For how to stop for each. Jeez. Hmm. Okay, so you can't break a for each. That's new. Thought you could. So maybe I'll just use a for off. Cons validator off this validators. Then do this. Then return. Okay. Then let me try and see if that works. Yep, works. So I'll just do this. Okay, works. Alright, there we go. Nice. Okay, so it's working now. Could remove this. I could remove the get function. I don't need that. Okay. Could put this here maybe. So I could still use this for the other um, inputs that needs validation. Okay, so maybe to make this a bit cleaner, I could do this element. Could just have add condition. What if I don't pass any elements? Any parameters, sorry. What if I don't pass any parameters? What if I do this? And then add this parameter here. What if I do that? What happens? Because I'm thinking maybe when this gets when this instance is created, uh, there would also be there would also be the first. It would also create the first index of the array, and then there's no um, when there's no input in the when the parameter is empty, then this would create, I don't know what it would create, but okay, let's see. What did it create? Yep, undefined. I was correct. So I would need to have um, a condition here. So if hmm, I could have a question mark here. But I think that's for TypeScript. Yeah, TypeScript. Uh-huh. So if I don't pass any parameter, could I do this? Nope. But this one. Okay. Right. So if condition and message. Okay. Validators. Blah blah blah. Okay. think that will work now. Yep, all good. Mm-hmm. So I did write a shorter code, but at least it's modular. So there we go. Much better. So this is good for now. Good for me. Okay, so yeah, don't need this get command here. Do I need the set command? JavaScript class. Do I need the set command? No? No, okay. Okay. So const b validation output, and this rejects expression, then add a validation. First is the condition. How about name first? I think the name first would be better. Nah, I think it's okay. But it would look much cleaner. Okay. I'll do the name first then. The message, I mean. Um, hmm. Okay. Just need to, also this one, I need to rearrange some stuff. And here, also need to rearrange this. Message, then this one as well. Okay. Yep, I think that's better. Okay. So the message first. Okay, you know what? Let me try that again before I continue. Okay. Okay. Right, so it worked. Okay, what if I type in, right, still works. Okay. So the message is password is required, and then the condition, and then the element. Right. Although, um, it's okay. Um, the next is the message and the condition. But if um, okay, I think I should not accept another parameter in the add function, in the add method, because it doesn't make sense. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. If message and condition. Yeah, I should just add a set function here of an element. Yes, element. Okay. Then Then remove this here. Then just do the element. Okay, there we go. Then do I need this? Yeah, I think I need that. Okay. Yep, much better. So instead of element, maybe location. Output location. Output location. Or yeah, because it's a validation output, so just location. Object location? No, just output. Just location. That's location. Location. What location? Output location. Yep, need to be specific. Output location. So, okay. So if not null, no, I should now use this one. Output location. Okay, and alright, better. Okay, I'll just put on a jacket, it's getting kinda cold. Right. Then and another one, another validation. P validation output, add. Oh, okay. So let me do this one first. p validation output dot add. Wait, what did I miss? Oh, the middle one. Create a password of at least 12 characters. Okay. So instead of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lines, it's just 5 lines. But I did create a big class though. Guess it's okay. Then this one, I'll just add this here to make it faster. F foundation, copy this, and don't need this. So F foundation, add a this one, then okay, this is quite short, so from 5 lines it's now just 2 lines. Then do this as well. L validation output, last name. So the condition is I need to copy this as well, and last name. Okay. C contact C contact is required. Okay, go. And last one. E address is required. Okay. So it's much shorter now. Oh, I forgot the print. Yeah. So p validation print. I still need the print. What if I just make it so that this is a function, it just prints. So it checks if it's the only instance. Oh, it's the first time. It checks if it's the last call of the function, then if it's the last call of this function, then it prints. So I don't need this. I don't need to call this anymore. Yeah, I think static keywords are also used in classes in Java. Static. Yep. Okay, so what I could do is, although I would need to call this again. Static keywords are used also on um, ob objects inside a class. So okay, static last. Okay, boolean. Okay, so after adding, if last is true, now okay. So if false, then no, it should be no. It's a falsy. A null is a falsy. So if last then does the last need a this? No, it doesn't. Okay, so last equals true. No. How do you know if it's a last instance? I don't think you would. I don't think it's possible. Can an instance know if it is the last instance? Oh, okay, so could check the process. This for string. Okay. I don't think I would do that one. I'll just print. Wait, I think I could do chaining. I think I could do chaining, right? Could I? Oh, no, I don't. I can't. Okay, so how do I how to make a class that allows chain method chaining JavaScript. Mm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yep, makes sense. Get it now? Okay, so that should work. Hmm. Hmm? it gives. Cannot set properties of undefined setting. Inner text. 79. Okay, let me try this. Try to put this back again. Maybe that's what's causing the error. No? Yeah, that should not be what's causing the error. Hmm. Okay. Could I do... Okay, let me try and debug this. Um, I need to have a JSON to do that. I haven't mastered that yet. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's set properties of undefined setting inner text. Okay, undefined, huh? Oh, this should be output location. Okay. Yep. All good now. Okay, and then right. So that works. Then if I do method shading, should work also. Hmm. Should I put it here? Okay, so what's wrong? Cannot read properties of undefined. Oh, yeah, I removed the return. Oh, so it should work now after adding a return call for the instance. Yep, did work. Okay, nice. Then this one as well. And this one. Okay, it looks so clean. I'll just put this here so it's less lines of code. And this one too. There we go. Right, I'm happy with this one. Okay. 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 All good. So let me try and use it here. Validation output. How about input validation output? I'm just not satisfied with the name. Input validation output. input validator. I guess validation. Okay, how about give me another name for input validation output. Just for naming, I'm bad at naming. Data validation, data verification, input filtering. Data validation function, input processor, schema validator. Yeah, I guess validation output. Guess that's okay. Mm, then I could remove this error box or check the auth if it's hmm, password first name. Uh-huh. Okay, let me check the auth page for to sign up form. So modal, yep. Okay, let me just open that. Okay, so I need to change some things here. Toggle odd form if string equals login. Okay, so I won't create another object for this because this is just there's only just two options, log in and sign up, because I'm thinking what if I do another class here, but that's not necessary. Okay, to user info. Oh, okay, so I'm calling to error box in the login. validate inputs at 55. Huh? 75. 73. Okay, so I just need to remove this, and I just need to new validation output. Okay, I'm gonna add some validation outputs here as well in the span. So I'm gonna add a div here. So there's supposed to be a div here actually. And then okay. Go. Then a span. If we just copy paste this. Okay. Right. And then for the style, did I do some specifics? No, that would still work. Okay. Oh, okay. I need to change some things here. Auth label form with okay. I need to add the hide here. Input. Okay, why is it not working? Inputs not in login. Div form. I mean, just that. Okay, so this is login. Just need to add a hide. Oh, oh, okay. Um, should not be previous element sibling. Because that's the span, so I should do this twice. Okay. Or I could also do parent element child child nodes. Could do that. That will work, right? No. Hmm. Okay, I'll just do this instead. That'll work now. Supposed to work. Turns the element immediately prior or null if the specified element is the first one in the list. Okay, I could do parent element, first element child. I think that could work. Oof. Alright, what is happening here? Okay, I won't call this function yet. Oh, okay. Now it will work. Yep. And next thing to do is fix the login form. So instead of a do error box, invalid email, invalid password. So I'll just do something like, because this is supposed to be checked, validated in the database. So for now, let's do something like this. And something like this. Yep. Then validation output. Email is required. And print. And for the password, password is required. And print. Okay. That should work now. Oh, okay. That should work now. There we go. Right. Then for this one, I just need to pass in the user form, the user info. User info form. So for here, I would need to make the buttons work. So remove the comment on this one. Validate inputs. And remove the comments on this one. So instead of validating the inputs, just gonna copy this code here. Then remove this. Should be button. just button, because there's only one button there. There. Then I could remove this now. Don't need that. I don't need this one either. Okay. And also, I don't need a parent form. Um, so just form would be good. And oh, okay. Okay, so for this one, for the CRUD, I did, for the user's CRUD, I did query the form, and then initialize the child form with the do user info, and then I passed the parent form to the child form, because that's its parent. Okay. So the do user info doesn't need that. Just this do user info form. And do user info validate. No, I don't need that. Just do user info validate. I actually could just call validate input here. Do user info. Hmm. I think I could structure this function better. This because this is technically just an object. Maybe I could make a factory function so I could also use it for auth, for login. And maybe use it also for other CRUDs as well. Hmm. Okay, but first let me make this work. This will not work. Form. Okay, what I could do is do that. It's gonna call it. Yeah, I think that would work. Identifier form has already been declared. Yeah. So sign a form. No, I don't need this. Okay. Modal is not defined. Oops. Okay. Not modal, but form. Form elements. Button. Okay. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading validate. Undefined. Okay, so it needs to okay, so instead of doing that, what if I just what if I just call this function here? Oh, this is not defined. Oh. Okay. Should be do user info dot validate. Not a function. It's a reference. So just that. That will work. That worked. Hmm. The validate input is not being called though. Could I just call validate input? Like that. Validate input is not defined. Okay, what if I just do this to user form? Okay, what if I just do that? Oh, E is not defined. Okay, just that. Okay, so it needs an event. It needs an event. Okay, kind of remember why I added that here. Well, what if I just do this event, or just E. Then do user for user info. Would that work? Worked, but only email and password got the. Hmm. Oh, because the add event listener, it should remove it first. Dot event listener. Remove event listener. Okay. Alright, so remove event listener. I need to remove it first. Could I maybe remove all of the event listeners for one function? No? If it doesn't have a parameter, would it work? No. think I could do replace event listener. Replace event listener. No. Can I do this? Two arguments required. Okay. Um. Hmm. How about just do on click and on key down? Is there something like that? On key down. On key down. Yep. Okay, I should just do that instead. On click. Then on key down. Right. Okay. And I'll do that here too. On click. Okay. I should prevent default. Um, yeah, I think I should add a prevent default here. And also, oh wait, is that why? I don't think I need to pass. Okay. An event here. I think I forgot to pass event there. Okay. Yep. Okay. So that works now. Should do the same thing here. Event default. Okay. I should use this function too. To user info. Validate user info. Validate user info. And then just write validate here. And then for this one, validate user info, then on click, I'll just put, okay, so before I do that, form is a parent form, child form. I just need to call it. So I don't need this. Just need to say validate user info, parent form. That's just form. That would work. And on click. And I could just remove these. Like so. Oh wait, I could make this shorter. That's okay. And then to user info, validate, just change the name, validate user info. On key down, and default. Okay. Right, that should work now. Okay, so back to the CRUD. Oh, oh, user. I think it's user. Users. Okay. So it is. Is it working? Yep, it's working. Yep. Okay. So it's working now. Also the login, the auth. Okay. So this is not working. Oh, huh? Okay, so I need to call this function here. Prevent default. Okay, I don't need this. Okay, there we go. And here. Okay, so. Oh. Okay, so when I press the button, the text should be empty. The validation outputs should be empty. So redirect, no, just direct. Direct. Mm, okay, so when I press the direct, no, it's not direct. I guess just link would be good. Link, fine. Just put it back to redirect. Mm, empty clear. The inputs not in login. I need the inputs too. Inputs form dot elements input. Okay, button is a button, not an input, right? Yep. Okay. Clear. So remove the validation outputs and also the to call this the input. Okay, how to clear an input field. Oh yeah, the value. Okay. So for input of inputs, validation output input dot previous element sibling validation output dot inner text equals empty string, and the input dot value equals empty string. So every redirect we call the clear function. Okay. I think that's good. Inputs is not iterable. Aha. Maybe if I use for each. Mm-hmm. Hmm. I think I should do query selector all then. Document dot query selector all input div auth form input. Think that should work. Okay. Okay, the login is now not working. Okay, so I think it's good now. Although I do have this extra input here at top of the email. Okay, let me check where this is from. Where's this from? Oh, the user ID. Okay, so I should not have that. Okay. Okay. Right. So the last thing here I want to do before I end this session um, is to have because in the auth this looks I do have the validate inputs again here. And this looks like it could be a class when I have especially it would be uh, it would be beneficial for me since I could use it for all of the other CRUD operations. Since the login form only needs two parameters and the sign up form needs what 6 parameters. I could have a class that um, that could validate inputs, could add specific parameters, and and What else? And yeah, I think, but although I don't need to validate other CRUD operations, I don't think I need to validate them. Aside from having numbers over text over strings. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I need to validate those. Or do I? I could have a validator also for text, strings, dates. Okay. I think I do need a validator. Okay. An input validator class. Okay. Could have that, I guess. Could make that. Input validator. Or I just want to make this. I just don't want to repeat this again to validate inputs here in the login function. Validate user info. Okay, so I could delete the error box now. So everything's working. Output. I could have a class that um that could I could make a class that could make this shorter. Maybe a class that accepts um an array of elements of input elements, and um, each each element would have their own validation um, object object array. Oh no, each element would have their own array of validations. But I already have that here. Um, Validate user info function. I could also, well, the login form doesn't need, yeah, it needs validation. If it's empty, then it needs validation. That could also be true for other inputs. Okay, then I could make a validate input class that could have a constructor that takes the an element parameter. Okay, let me type it out. I could visualize it better. Validate input, validation output, validate input class. So it could have a constructor that takes in an input element, and this input element is equal to itself. Um, Wait, what does knowledge coalescing operator? Logical is a logical operator that returns its right hand side operand when its left hand side operand is null or undefined. Okay, I don't want that, so if input element okay, so it takes an input element and it validates validate this input element. So tries and validate the input element So, okay, let me use this valid user info as a reference since it has 6 inputs and the login is just confusing me because it only has 2. And by looking at it, it feels like I don't need it, but I would this would really be useful for the other CRUD operations. So okay, so validate input, email, password, first name, last name, contact address. Validate validation output. Okay, so I want to have this set of code in there. So it would take in um and this one should be here. So something like this. It would take a, an element, then the output, the output element. Well, the output element, and then its validations. So what I could do, okay, what I could do is extend this validation output. Wait, what does extend do? Again, let me just have a refresher here. Extend JavaScript extends. Okay. Alright, before I use extend, maybe try and think of a way of optimizing this first. So this function, the validate inputs function, has two separate functions. So it validates the email, it validates a password. So here, although when the login form is called, um, okay, login inputs. Okay, what if I just make what if I just make an array that, so I already have validation output class. What if I just make an array what I want to do is something like login form validate new validate input, then login form validate dot add format elements email, then validation output. Or I could just remove this function here. No, I need the function for this buttons, for this event listeners. Okay. So I need to make a function for event listeners. Then what if I just make a function that could accept elements. No, I need a class that can accept elements. I need an instance. I need an object that can accept elements, and they would have their own outputs. Yeah, something like that. And this would um, have something like this instead. Validate, something like that. And login for validate. Validate. Yep. So something like that. I could name it validate set validate inputs. Validate inputs like that. Then it accepts input elements. Oh, it doesn't need to accept anything. Um, login form validation. So something like this. Add form elements, email. Okay. Login. So okay, plan to do that. What else? So I want to do something like this. Validate inputs, login form validation, email validation, output, could maybe just extend the validation output. Validation output. Okay, so it could accept, it could have a add function that accepts an input element and an output object object. Okay, So now actually this constructor should have this should have a validate. It doesn't need to validate anymore because validation output does that already. Okay. So basically, this is just an array. Validate outputs, validate inputs. Yeah, this is an array. It doesn't need to be a class. It does not do anything. Oh no, yeah, it doesn't do anything. It does not need to validate because the validation output already does that. It only prints. But an array cannot print. Okay. Return this dot output location dot inner text. Okay. I think this maybe is unnecessary. I could just, I don't know, make a function print here that says um yeah, that does what I did before. So change the name. Function print. Okay. Oh, it's a learning experience. Okay. So print. It's the same name. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Although I still have the valid user info. I still have the valid user info. But if I make a new class, I would still need to do it twice. So, I think that's okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. I need to return this. Oh, yeah, I do. I do. Okay. Let me try again if I messed up anything here. Nope, all good. And in the users, still good. Okay, so I should do some clearing here. Yeah, I should do some clearing here. Should I? Yeah, if I try and use the modal for other pages, or other routes, I should. Is this okay? Um, yeah, I should do some clearing. Wait. If I do edit, close this. Okay, before I'm 3 hours, almost 4 hours in. Personal record. Simulate local storage as database. Okay, so for now I'm done with auth. I think I'm good with that. And with the class that I made. So back to users, CRUD. Simulating local storage as a database. When I do validate the users, I should have Hmm. I should know if this is validated or not. This function should know that, so oh, um, it should return true if there's no value. Okay. Input validation. Hmm. I should have this validated function here. Should have a validated true or false. This dot validated equals false. This dot validated validated true and is validated. So default to true. This is validated. Valid, not validated, valid, valid. Okay, so if if validation output, the name doesn't suit its function, is validated, validation output is validated. is empty. Is empty. Okay, so yeah, this makes more sense. This is empty. True? No, false. Okay. Is empty. This is empty. If eValidation output is empty and pValidation output is empty, output is empty, and validation output is empty, and cValidation output is empty, and eValidation output is empty. Then return true. Okay. Else return false. Well, it doesn't need this. Would return of falsy. Anyway. Okay. So in the auth, I should do this as well. Hmm. Okay, so not just print, should be validate. 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 Okay. If is empty and p-validation is empty, then return true. I could do that here too, but it's too long, so never mind. Could I do this? Yep, I could do that. Okay. Does the same thing, but that's okay. Alright. And now that it returns true, I should do a return statement here and also here. No. This is not required. Okay, so it returns true. What else are you gonna use it for again? Okay. So I'm gonna use it for if it's valid, then it does what it needs to do. So okay, sign a form. Okay. All right. So the next I should do is simulate a local storage. Okay. I think I should do the authentication first. So in the do sign up form, should return this. Um, valid. Okay, so log in. Do I check if it's valid or not? No, not yet. It's just a toggle. Okay, so okay, it's valid. Okay. and here as well. Let is valid. So pass the value, return value of the validate user info function is valid. Then for the back to the auth, sign up if is valid, then persists. I should persist. Hmm. State. State and object. So the state key. No, just a state, I guess. Key one. Okay. Alright, so I guess I've done enough now. I'm almost 4 hours in. I just broke my record. Um, uh, so just to recap what I did, um, I didn't do much, but I I optimized the validation logic. Um, so uh, I made a new class that would allow outputs to be uh that would allow inputs uh to that would allow the an easier addition to the outputs of the validation for each input. And um, I did um, make the function reusable for both the authentication and the user CRUD page, and also for other CRUD pages as well. So just by calling an instance and assigning it to a variable, um, it would be easy to add validations and their message and their logic to each input, and the location to where each output should be. So, so yeah. Aside from that, uh, that's it. That's the major thing that I did for this session. And for the next one, I will be really doing. I will be trying to finish the local storage simulation, the database simulation using the local storage. And what else? And also, um, um, adding the edit, delete, um, and persist function as well. So, yep, I think I'm done with the optimizing for the user CRUD, since this is what I did. This is everything that I did that I could optimize. So everything that I will put in the next session are new logic, new code. So it's not really optimizing, but I'll try my best to do that at the same time um, with building the logic. Okay, and I'm very excited to do the Express app that I've been learning. Maybe I'll do it in the session after the next. So, yep, thanks for watching this one, and I'll see you on the next.